Yeah, I'm about to just play my game, relax. I wanted to take my vacation next week, but I don't know if they're gonna let me. I don't know, cause they want you to take it when they want you to take it, and it's just I know it's a short notice, but I was trying to explain to her like, if about the dentist stuff, but I just have to wait and see when they want to do that dentist. But another guy just put his 2 weeks in, so that's gonna suck. I told man they gotta have to start giving out raises around there. They're gonna keep people. They're gonna have to start giving out raises. Yeah, this is the highest turnaround rate we've had since my bosses took over 6 years ago. It's all comes down to management. Like I tell people, people don't leave jobs; they leave management. That's just the way. Yeah, their bosses. Yeah, this is how I see it. All right, I'm at the live stream. YouTube. Oh, there's no sound effect anymore. When you click on it. Let me make my camera. Let me do some adjustments to my camera here. On my lips, it looks like I have lipstick on now. Nice. I brought my saturation up. I don't know if I want. Hold on. People gonna think I'm hacking now. Yep. Just reloaded my cheats. She's gonna be so hard to freaking 360, dude. She just messed everything up. Yeah. I am so lucky I got sidetracked, man. Shit pisses me off. I can't play and talk to somebody, dude. I just fucking can't. I guess it's not meant for me to fucking play today, is it? I still don't really know how to counter him like that. Or her. You're definitely not gonna be able to 360. I do think she needs a nerf though. I do think she's a bit much. Sometimes. Especially with an aura build. Yeah, GG's. No, but she does need a nerf though. Not a major one, but she does need one. I mean, look at that, dude. You can't tell me that's balanced. Maybe I just don't know how to play against her. I probably, yeah, that definitely is it, I guess. I really don't understand what I'm doing against her yet. I didn't play the PT. I didn't play the BTP. Good hit. GG's. He probably thinks I'm a bot, but little does he know, someone walked in my room and I got sidetracked. And that is a viable excuse. I can't play. I hate when people walk in and start talking to me. I can't hear them, first of all. They're over here talking like I fucking can't hear you. This is so fucking annoying, bro. Right when I'm in the middle of a fucking chase, someone has to come in. It is what it is. mean, the killer was alright, but I mean, I can't really speak on the player because I don't know really what I'm doing against the fucking new killer yet. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't. Don't know what I'm doing yet. And then on top of that, I was sidetracked. Am I making excuses? I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a valuable excuse. I think it's a perfect excuse. Because that player can play any other killer, and he gets shit on easily. You know what I mean? That's just a fact of it. No disrespect to him, but you know, this killer does need a nerf. I'm saying that only because I've been playing the game 9 years, and I know what's balanced. I know what, and as a programmer as well, I know what's balanced. I know what's overpowered, and I know what is underpowered. And I'm telling you right now, that power is getting changed. Watch, mark my words. It's getting reworked. Calling it right here. I am calling that shit. Why does it look like I have lipstick on? That first chase, he was about to get absolute worked if someone had walked in my room. I had the longest chase out of my whole team, and I still ended lower than everybody, which is crazy. I'm not tripping because I know the kind of player I am. I know that I'm a high skill player. I've been playing the game a long time. But when I'm playing against a killer that I really don't know what I'm doing, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna take me a... I don't understand how to fucking counter her yet. And I don't understand what's the point in going to that... I'm tired of playing against this fucking killer. Because I don't know what I'm doing, and then on top of that, I mean, come on, chase me, it's fine. Like, okay, so in chase, I'm confident playing against her in chase. What I'm not confident is being caught off guard on a gen, not knowing where she's gonna shoot her power at. Because if you can't see her, you can hear it, but you don't know where she's gonna shoot it at. But I don't understand. When you get sent to that, what, Xville or whatever, what's the point in that? What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to shine a flashlight at something, or shine something at something, but what is that supposed to do? Like, the teammate went down, his icon's twerking. What does that mean? I have no fucking idea. Now, am I lazy? Probably. I could probably look at some videos. I can probably look at the Showtime thing. Now, I'm gonna tell you one thing I do hate about this killer. The fact that I keep forgetting that you can go to another dimension, and I'm looking for my teammates in the hook, and I'm like, where the fuck are they at? And then they keep dying because of my stupidity. Keep forgetting. I'm not used to that shit. I mean, good hit. Now he's twerking on me. I'm gonna hold W. He ain't gonna expect that. Boy, mind gaming himself. Wow. Now, see, in chase, I'm comfortable against her. It's when I'm on a gen and I hear her power and then I start to panic. Because I don't know where she's shooting her power at. And I think if she's got dead man switch, I think we're just fucked. Or any kind of perk, like corruption. I think corruption would be good. Because then she knows you're gonna be somewhere. Or a gen, or a perk that maybe like all ears. No. Is it all ears? Whatever perk lights up the generator with the most progress. I don't remember the name of the perk, but that perk's gonna be, I think, good with her. And aura builds. Now, last game, we're not gonna talk about that. See what I mean? I heard it the last fucking second. That's where I'm not comfortable. Right there. End chase. Mwah. Perfect. I was talking, and I was just late hearing it, that sound effect. Fuck. What am I supposed to do in here? like, what happens if I get hit? I know you're supposed to shine these, but what does that do? Wait. Does it take my icon down on my name? It looks like it does. So it removes that, it looks like. Or it's no, that don't mean, I guess it don't. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong guy. I'm looking at the other Dwight. I'm Jane, what am I doing? What happens if nobody grabs you? No, don't focus on the Jin. Don't focus on me. I promise you, man, I'm the better player. Okay, just hear me out. Now, if I can see her, I'm okay, because then I can dodge it. If I don't see her, what happens if you miss a skill check though when it has that? Got the shackle here. She knows I'm over here. I'd rather heal you. Imagine if you couldn't hear her power unless she was close to you. That would suck. That would suck. Now, I don't think she's overpowered. I'm not saying she's overpowered, guys. I've been playing this game long enough to play against good killers. You know, last game I just got sidetracked because my dad walked in, had to talk to me for a minute. Good hit. I thought she was gonna go for them, but no. Why are you waving them? But I mean, it is what it is. All we can do is just keep learning with this killer because, you know, just like any new killer, I struggle for a little while. That was fast. Hello? How much did I get tunneled here? I always get tunneled. It never fails. Now, I'll probably do a lot better against her than your average player because of my looping abilities. But still, I don't understand really how to fully counter her yet. What perks counter her best? I don't want to look nothing up because of my whole 9 years of playing this game, I never really, I mean, I watched people, but I never like looked up how to counter so I just figure out what works for me and then go with it. Now, I want people to understand, just because you die to somebody does not mean it's really so much the player or that the player is better than you. I don't know why people get the misconception that, yeah, it could be the MMR, it could be you just got a good killer and they know what they're doing. I can tell if I'm playing a bad killer or a good killer based off their path and their movement. They're forcing me the wrong way that they shouldn't be forcing me. They should be forcing me like on a window. They should be forcing me on the Mateo windows the opposite way that where I want them to go. If I can force a killer a way that I want him to go, then he's not great. But it just comes down to the power of that killer. Like this wall right here, let's see if I can force her the way I want her to go. I want her to go this way. If she goes that way, I'm fucked. Oh shit. Playing shack. She ran, see, she's run the way that I do want her to go. play. Let's try. That was a good fake. Good play. What's the moonwalk for? I mean, what's the walk over my body, bro? What's that for? I didn't do nothing to you. I didn't do nothing toxic. Alright. I mean, it wasn't that much of a walkover, I guess. That was kind of toxic, though, I feel like. Why am I... Only 14,000? Let's go look at my skill. Let's go look at my chase. 43 chases, -1. My generators is where I did fucking terrible. I did 2 generators. Oh, I didn't get nobody off the hook. That's crazy, man. Why did he walk over my body like that? I didn't do nothing to him. Like, I hope he knows if he is being toxic. Like I said, once again, I don't know because he only did one little hump. But if he is being toxic, bro, I hope he knows something. I want you to know something. I've been playing this game 9 years, bro. 9 fucking years, okay? Hear me out. Not being a dick. Just hear me out. I am struggling because it's a new killer and I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing yet. I didn't play it. I didn't play the PTP, okay? I rarely played against her when she got released because nobody seemed to have her. This is really the most time I've gotten her. I didn't watch no videos. I should have looked at this. I didn't even look at this yet. I mean, this would probably help. See, I had no idea this was called the Divide Light. The only thing I don't like about this killer is I have not pulled off 1 360 yet. She's so fucking wide, there's no way. No way. I ain't gonna lie though, she does look sick. The art team did a really good job, I ain't gonna lie. And I'm saying this as a developer, okay? I want people to know, yes, I am a developer. I went to school for it, okay? You know, I do websites, I do all kind of stuff, right? So I'm saying this as a developer, but I am saying this right now. As a developer, that... Let me go to my website real quick. That us developers is not nothing without a good map designer, an animation team, and a 3D art team that does all the animation, or that does the characters, the outfits. These people are literally, and I've been in a studio programming with the team, with the video game team, and what they do is amazing, man. What they do. So there's 2 things they do. The art team. There's a program. I think it's called Cinema 4D. I think it's called Cinema 4D that they use a lot. And what it allows them to do is, they can either draw their sketch, right, on paper. They can scan it into a printer and put it into the software. And then there's their model, and they can start texturing it, and amazing. It basically gives them the skeleton. Or they have a touchscreen one. They have a little like plastic pen thing, and they draw on the screen. It's made for like artwork. They draw on the screen, and the software allows them to draw on the screen and make skeletons and make outlines, and then they're able to go in and it's called stroke, which is kind of weird, you know, it's a fill stroke, and they can go in and fill those areas, get the skin details right, and in that software they can do like details, you know, like pimples or whatever. It's Cinema 4D, I think. It is the most realistic art tool, and I've seen it firsthand with these artists do these for these video games. It's impressive. Like, as a programmer, like, people think programming is hard, which is really not when you understand. But when you look at the creativity side of map designers and the 3D art team, now that's a whole different ball game, right? Like, yes, my job as a programmer is to make these menus work, you know, make them work when you click them, hover effect, but I can't do that without the UI team or the animation or the art team making the icons for me. I can't make the character move in game without having a character to move, right? So how do I write my code if I don't have no? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how I write my code when I'm working with video game developers and video game teams. How do I write code for movement when I don't have a character yet? Well, let me show you. Blender is a perfect example. This cube that you're about to see, us developers and 3D artists can manipulate this to be anything you want. I can take, if I'm making a survival game, I can take this cube and turn it into an axe, a refined axe that we can build, that we can craft, get recipe craft, and you can turn that cube into literally anything. We have all the tools that we need to do anything we want to do. We can manipulate it. If I want a floor, I can make that cube, and I can scale it, size it down to like a floor size, and there you go. There's your floor, and then you can start texturing it, putting grass in, trees. You can lift the terrain up. You can literally, and no one would ever know. Nobody. They would never know this is a cube, because you can. It's crazy what you can do. I'm serious, dude. But as a programmer, what do I do when I don't have a model? Well, I write my movement code, and I connect it. I connect the camera to the cube, and then I hook up my code to the cube, and I use the cube to be able to get my movement. So I'll make it like, you know, your normal keys, WASD, and I use the cube to get my movement to at least get it working, right? So sometimes I don't always have a character to work with because I'm waiting for the team to do, you know, to get their characters and stuff. So I don't always have a character, but I'll get a cube and I'll just make this work. I'll just at least get it to where it can, you know, when you hit space, it jumps, it moves fluently, getting the physics down. So that's what I do. And then when I get the character, then I go through and I can rework the code a little bit. But at least the code's working. At least I know it's working fluently, and it doesn't hold me up when I get the character in my hands. But you see the camera, I would attach that camera to the cube. If I want to do first person, I connect it inside the cube where it's sticking out a little bit, and it follows the movement of the cube. So that's how first-person shooters are created. Some connect it to the gun, but most of the time it's connected to the character, and it's kind of like sitting inside the character model where it's just poking out, like it's just poking out of their eyes. So, yeah, that's a little. I mean, I've been in the studio. I've worked with many developers, and when I went to school, I worked with many, also, you know, students that were really, really creative, and they're right mind. So it's very, very creative. The art, I mean, just the artwork and the creativity of what they can do. I can't draw for shit. I may be able to develop like this, making the character spin. That's something that I would do. You know, hover effects, something I would do. Being able to hit ready. You know, any kind of interactive. You're interacting with something is what I'm in charge of. But making outfits, making maps, I know how to make maps, but when you don't have nothing there yet, you're like, where do I start? And making maps realistic. So anyone can make a map, right? But here's where it becomes hard. If you want it to be realistic, where power lines and you got connected pole, that is a good map. Because if you want it to be realistic, you need to have the power lines, electricity, right? Run through light pole. It could, making maps takes a lot of creativity, man. It does. It's easy, anyone can do it. I've done it, I made maps, but they weren't the greatest, okay? And they weren't very realistic. I didn't add no fucking electric, nothing, no freaking light poles, no freaking nothing, alright? But yeah, somehow we had electricity, alright? We're not gonna talk about that. But I'm a developer, so I mean, that's what I happen to be good at. Like I said, me as a developer, websites is different. Websites, I do all of it by myself. The only thing I don't do is back-end development. So if I have an online store, I can make the what you see, the cart and the credit card information stuff. But to make it work, when you make a purchase and make the money go somewhere, or you receive an email, that's all server stuff. I didn't go for back-end development. I'm not a full stack. I'm a front-end developer. So everything that you can physically see is what I'm in charge of, and I do it all by myself. Now, video games is different. I can't make a full game by myself, but I make mods for story mode games, because mods, they already, like GTA story mode, they already have models, they already have a map. I just make scripts for them, right? I just make scripts for story mode games. And this is before AI. I went to school before AI was a thing, and kids nowadays have no excuse to learn. Don't just copy. I'm not saying just copy and paste ChatGPT code. I don't use AI. I don't need to. But if you want to learn something, or you want to learn how to code, ChatGPT or any kind of AI, it will be a great tool to learn the syntax, your operators, what equal means, if statements. The different type of variables, strings, integer, decibels, doubles, all your things you need to know. It'll break down everything. If you ask ChatGPT or any code, how to build tic-tac-toe or whatever, she'll give you the code and then tell her to break every single line of code down. She will. Understand what each code means. Don't just copy and paste. Use it as a learner tool. I don't have a problem with people using it as a learning curve, right? But just understand what the code does, and you're gonna yeah. He's not trapped in the shack. But yeah, so unfortunately for me, I'm saying unfortunately, I didn't have AI when I went to school for 7 years, because I had to go for website first. They wouldn't let me do website and video games together. So I went for websites for 4 years, and I went, 3.5 or something years. Did he shack the window? Or trap? And then video games, I went for another 3.5 or so years. But so I don't need AI, because I'm pretty good at what I do, and music, of course, which I have yet to make me a music website. But yeah, kids nowadays have AI, and just use AI as a tool to learn whatever you want to learn. But if you're just trying to copy and paste code to make something, you're in the wrong line of work, my man. Yes, AI is taking over a lot. Pretty soon we're not gonna have programming jobs, but she's gonna make more mistakes than she is gonna make. If she was not making a mistake, right? Oh, I don't know what I'm trying to say. He's trapping this wrong, first of all. You never want to trap inside. Because all I had to do was just drop the pallet. I would have made that probably, most likely. You trapped outside, I can't see it. And it's in grass. There's no wrong or right reason to trap that. But what I'm saying is, if it, no matter what side it's on, I'm getting trapped into it. But if it's on this side, I have a better chance to do something with it than if I just vault it and I can't see it in the grass. Come on, man, I hit space. Come on! Hey, once more. Oh, I almost stepped in that. I was looking at her getting in the locker. And he's coming back. Now, if you come behind, I need to figure out where he's going here. You think it's gonna work? His path is really bad. I can tell he's newer. Like, it's not, I mean, yeah, he's mind gaming himself now. Wow. Here, let me twerk on that D real quick. Oh, that's what I get for trolling, bro! I must have been very slow moonwalking. I feel like he caught up to me stupidly quick. What are you doing? Just do a gen, man. We need one more gen done. Oh, basement? He's angry. Think I get hit? If I should stay, I'll think of you every step of the way. I know, but I think of you every step of the way. And I will twerk on you till I die. What is Chopper doing? We're screwed if he comes over here. There's nothing to work with over here. They got plot twists or what? Well, we're going to a dead zone. I tried. I was gonna try. This is a bad spot to be over here on the side of the map. Drop the pallet, drop the pallet. Never mind, there's hooks always 5 feet from each other. What the fuck? What happened? What the fuck was that? No, don't help me right here. What were you trying to... No! Go get him off the hook! No! Too late now. Didn't realize that they were still on the hook. You're too late now. You were I don't know why. People would rather heal me than go get him off the hook. Yeah, you're healthy, man. Like, I don't care if I'm injured. I'm not proving that does not matter to me. Well, the good thing is I have some TL walls here with the 2 windows. Balls itch. Excuse my French. My bowels itch. Sometimes you gotta scratch the Mr. Wiggle and scratch the twins a little bit. I hate when the camera's all zoomed up in my face and shit, bro. Like, where are they at? I'm not taking no risk with Blood Warden. I'm out. See ya. I don't wanna be a toodles. Adios. Watch him at Blood Warden. If I had a decent game, you see what happens when I play against, well, Trapper's weak. I get that. But when you play against someone you know and you're aware of, and you know you've been playing against them for years, it becomes easier. But when you play against a new killer, you get absolute crapped on. He's not a bad player. He overcommits. He overcommitted. So I'm working on a Dead by Daylight website, bro. Oh my god. And I've ran into some issues. I don't know, I just wanted to see if I could design something that was like, I don't know. I wanted to see if I could design something that was Dead by Daylight, a Dead by Daylight feel. That makes sense. I wanted to add, so I had a design. So let me walk you through it real quick what I did. Let me text my friend back. Okay. So I'm making this. This is gonna be my logo. So you see these, you know, the, I don't know, I guess you could call it the path. Well, I don't know, scratch marks, I guess you could say. So I had to do all this by scratch, okay? So I never done this before. I never made trees out of nothing before for a website. So what I did was I came up with, so I had fog, so I added fog. And what I did, I added these icons, or I for icons. And this is the embers. So I added embers, and I added 12 so they could be random. I didn't know it was gonna work. In my head, I knew, like, I had an idea because I went to school for this, what I was trying to do, but I ain't never made embers for a website before, so it was pretty interesting. And then fog, of course, and then trees. So I made trees out of nothing. Basically, I just gave a div, a division, and you can use div as a container for navigation, whatever. But I took that and designed some things, and then for the scratch marks, for the scratch marks here, I had to go in and do a little bit of math. Well, not a whole lot, but I had to add in this. So for the scratch marks, I gave it an SVG, and then it's gonna be like our logo, and then the red slash. That's because when you're ready up, it turns red. I made one red, and what I had to do is I had to say D equals in quotation marks M22 for 77, left of 30 to 14, and then so this is all like this how it's gonna be positioned, and it's a path. And then what I'm gonna do in CSS is I'm gonna stroke the path. I know it sounds pretty weird, but basically it's like when you take an outline and then you fill in the middle, and it gives you a whole fill. That's what we're doing. So we're adding basically like little, yeah, I guess you could say it's tick or fill or scratch marks, which is we have red slash and we have scratch marks. So I put that at 00 to 9090. Now I was just guessing. I don't know if this is gonna work yet. I'm just guessing. This is for doing this for 14 years. I'm I'm trying to get that, but I'm gonna try to position this one this way instead. I think, but I'm just guessing based off my experience in numbers and programming for so long that this has a good chance of working because I'm putting it at 90, and it's gonna be not basically like a 90 degree. And then for 77, I keep these all the same, which means they're gonna be vertically the same. So, and then for the red slash, I put that at 67, and then left of 80, so it should angle it this way. I don't know. We'll have to find out. I have no idea. I never done. I don't really use paths much in websites. I definitely never made trees. But here's how it looks so far. I'll show you. Here it is. This is what we got. We got some fog, a little bit of fog. You can kind of see the trees in the background. I put them dark on purpose. I could brighten them up. If I want to, I could just come up here, I think, to my bottom. Where's my transparency? I think it was up here. Okay, right here. So I think we could change this to pretty much anything we want. You can see it's more vibrant now. I could also bring that transparency up, and that will help bring it up more as well for the eclipse part. And then we could just play. I'm not perfect, right? So when I'm writing the code, sometimes I have to change the number. Like, oh, that ain't gonna work. It's too light. I'm just guessing a lot of times. I'm not lying. I'm just guessing. Like, maybe we could bring this one up, and then what if we bring all of them up, right? And then what if we bring the opacity up? It's just gotta play around. You're just playing around with numbers, right? What if we bring this to relative? Well, now it's gone because you know why? Because now it's connected to the website. It's not. We need to unlink it, and to unlink it, we have to go to absolute to unlink it and position it. We can play around with pretty much any numbers. 50. But like a lot of times we're just playing around. We're just playing around with numbers, because that's part of designing websites. Every number I think is gonna work. Every color I think is gonna work, and it doesn't. I have to go through change the values. Like right here, we have RGBA. What does that stand for? It stands for red, green, blue, and alpha. So a lot of times, so if I put a 255, that is the max of that color. That's the full stroke of that color. And then your alpha is your opacity of how strong you want it to show, right? So it's pretty simple stuff. So as you can see, I have red, more red, less green, less blue, and that gives you this color of just not fully red, but just kind of light in between light. And if I did 255, 255, 255, that would give you a straight, just a straight color all across. See, it gave me just a straight of nothing really, right? basically gray. And if I wanted to do just red, full red, I just I think I could just 0, 255, and 0, and that gives me full red, right? If I want full green, then I go over here and I put this at 255. So 255 is the max for that, for this, for the way these colors work. So, and then so basically when I'm building websites, I'm just playing around with numbers, and this is the hardest part, trying to find something that works, or trying to find a color that you really like, right? So you can play around, but oh shoot, and we're gonna play some more game. We're just taking a quick break. Oh shit. Guess I grabbed the wrong one. My nicotine pouches. Hold on one sec. Oops. Sorry about that. So I'm thinking about having. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have a navigation up here, right? Obviously, looks terrible, right? I think we all can agree that looks really bad. But that's how HTML looks. If I go through and I take my CSS out, this is how it looked when I started building it, right? And then, I gave it some empty divs, and then I started, now I don't like how dark this is, but I guess that's a point. But I feel like I can play around with these numbers after we get done building more stuff. We will work around these numbers and make the fog more. Now I'm very happy with how these embers turned out. What I did with that was pretty simple. As someone that has video game experience as well, I'm very familiar with variables and declaring variables and stuff, obviously. So what I did is I went in, I designed the fog to be left at 50%. So I just pushed it over here to the right, a minus 50%. And then I gave it a border radius to really make it a circle. And then the width and everything, the background color, and then I gave it a blur to really sell off the effect. I gave it a shadow. Where's the shadow at? Oh, I'm looking at the fog. My bad. I'm at the embers. So where is it at? So as you look at my embers, if I take away the shadow, it really just takes away the effect. The effect, you can see it's just hard edged and everything, right? It really sells the effect with the shadow. So I put the absolute. So what I did is I got an animation. I went in here. I named it Rise. I say for 5 seconds, linear and linear. I can never say that word. Infinite, or I think it's infinity. And then I go in here and I say, okay, we're gonna have our first one, I, child, 2N. Put that on the left side, so that basically spreads them out where they're not so close together. And you can see I have the different values. And 2 seconds minus 4 seconds delay. So they're all different delay as they come through, right? They're not going through the same time. And then I say, hey, let's make a keyframe. Let's name it what we have here for our variable. Let's start it at 0%. You see how it's coming from like really kind of like nothing. We'll make the opacity 0, and we'll transform translation or translate y to 0. Then we'll go 15% opacity 1, and then 100% opacity 0, transform, translate, 45 pixels minus 55 viewport height. That's important. So now you can see right here, these are our navigation links. home, killer, 3, survivor, 4, archive, enter the fog. Enter the fog. That's gonna be our button. We're gonna have it's gonna be mobile friendly, so we're gonna have a mobile thing. Death does not escape. Just simple stuff. And then we have a footer for copyright that we're not officiated with behavior in any way. And that's it. So we can start designing some more here. Let me check who texted me. Oh, Brittany. I haven't talked to you in forever. Hold on. Hey, how you been? Send. All right, so we're gonna start with the navigation now. This is my favorite part of building a website. We're gonna get back to gaming. I'm just curious to see how this turns out because I had an idea in my head yesterday. And I wanted to build something DVD related. But it's hard when you don't have a design because when I have a design like I did with my website, I went into Photoshop. I dropped, icon, some like buttons and stuff, and then I used color picker to copy my colors to get the colors I wanted to use, and then I saved everything in Notepad, and then I had a PNG of my design that I wanted to use, so I had something to go off of. And sometimes when I want to challenge myself, I go to these fake, these website builders on Google, and I find a template and I just try to copy it. Man, I'm not gonna publish it online. I'm just doing it for educational purposes to try to recreate it. That's how I get better. As a programmer, you gotta code every day, man. You have to. I took a week off programming one time, or a couple months, and I was terrible when I got back at it. I mean, I'm probably gonna be very slow at typing right now because I don't have a game plan. I'm just going with the flow. So let's go with it. So I do know I always work from the top down, and I always work from the left to right. So if I go over here, you can see I have a class named Forest. We already did that. We gotta call that. We're gonna be calling on the scratch marks soon, after we get our navigation set up, and we're gonna be building these little scratch marks. We're gonna try. All right, there's our navigation. We have our mobile navigation. This would be for our hamburger menu, so that's gonna be this right here. These little 3 things right there. We'll design that. So the next one we're gonna be calling is our navigation, which is gonna be called if I can find it, navbar. We're gonna be calling navbar in our header, and we're gonna start designing our header and getting the color stuff set for that. So how we do that? Well, for IDs, we use hashtag to call our IDs, and we use a dot to call our classes. This is a class. We'll say dot navbar. Now it's targeting everything that's in our header. First thing we're going to do is we're going to say position is going to be relative of the content, right? So we're going to say relative of the content. We're going to say z-index of 20. That's going to kind of just make sure that it's always going to be in the front. And then I have an option. I can use display grid or display flex. Display flex is going to allow me to separate everything evenly across. So if I have a logo right here, it's going to put my links right here, and it's going to put my hamburger menu right here. It's going to space everything around it, right? And it's going to make sure I can make it column, which should be vertical, or I can make the links horizontally. So we're going to say display flex. And now you can really see our tree down here. I don't have the fog extended down here yet. Like I said, they're not textured or anything. I just designed it within website code, which is very impressive. I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. I think the most impressive is the fog. I'm not gonna lie, the fog. But we're gonna say align items center, and then we're gonna say justify content space between. So there's our hamburger menu. It's like a little square right now, but that's gonna be that is gonna be eventually turned into this, into little 3 lines. But that's over there. So you see, it spread everything out evenly, and we don't have nothing right here because that is where we're gonna put our little scratch marks. All right, so we don't have nothing, and we don't have a logo like I do over here. Okay, Um, so as someone that's been playing Dead by Daylight for 9 years, I kind of just came up with this as a DBD fan, right? Just simple. It's just like this. I'm just making a simple homepage, and what I mean by that is it's a home section. Nowadays, people make websites as a section and not individual uh, uh, individual page. What I mean by that is this looks like multiple pages, but it's not. As you can see, as I'm hovering through, I have it highlighted. This is on one page. You could just scroll down and click on it and go to the area that you want. We as developers have found out over the years, and even professionals, that make websites every day for people, that the performance is better, it's better to manage, and it's easier. The load times is faster. Everything, maintenance, everything is so much better when you use a section. And how the way we get it to scroll without snapping is, well, if I go up here, I targeted my HTML and I say scroll behavior smooth, so that's what allows it to scroll like that. And then in my HTML, if I go down to my section, I put ID home. But if I go to my navigation, I put my href home. So your href can go to literally anything. For example, if I want this to go to Google, I just say I put the link in here. Or I put the link in here, and I'll say if I want to open up a new tab and not take us out of our website, I say target blank, and that will open a new tab, and then I say Google, and this should now take us to Google. So this works for like if you want to send someone to another site or Facebook page, fan page, whatever. But also, we want to put home in here if we want to target our home section to when they click on the logo, it snaps back up to home like this, right? So it's pretty simple. Programming is really not hard when you understand the syntax of what you're doing. It's really easy. It really is. The hardest thing is getting these numbers, getting the degrees, 5 degree, but that's just all playing around. I do degrees and stuff all the time. And it doesn't look right. I just have to play around with the values. It's part of programming. You gotta play around with it. That's why it's easier to design it in Photoshop, because I can get every dimension right before I already know what I need to do. I can rotate it, just turn a little wheel, rotate it, and see exactly the degree I need to put something at, right? So we're gonna say height 110 pixels. That's gonna put everything up to the top a little bit. And then we'll do padding left, clamp. At 24 pixels, we're going to see if this works. Viewport width at 86 pixels. And then we'll do padding right. Pretty much the same thing. But what we'll do for this one is, I guess we'll try the same thing. 5 view width. So VW is view width. VH is viewport height. Or viewport width, viewport height. That is going to allow us to make mobile, to design for mobile a lot easier. Okay, and then, well, I guess we can. Let's do a line going across, like a border going across. Instead of adding a color such as black, because I could just go in and say, oh, background color, white. And I can do stuff like that. That just looks dumb. So instead, let's do border bottom. We're going to say border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA. And what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and make this all the colors, and then we'll say 0.1 for our alpha. And now we just have a little horizontal line that people can see. It separates. It's the same color, but it just separates everything else from our navigation. And this is gonna be our button. It's gonna like I said, this is where all the magic happens. And then we'll have to go to JavaScript to make everything work. Which I could just start function open nav. We can start creating our function for that. Or const hamburger equals document dot get element by ID nav links. So that's gonna target our nav links because it has to be the same name as what we have in here, and it is. See how we have nav links right there for controls, and if I go down to my navigation, we have ID nav links. So we're using the class nav links to design our navigation in CSS, but we're using our ID. It's simple. Look, if I go to my JavaScript, it's really simple. This is called an ID, right? If I go to my JavaScript, what does it say? We're getting a variable, name it hamburger equals document. The whole page is a document. Dot get element by ID, and then you get your name of your ID. It's really self-explanatory. I mean, yeah, I can get more complex than that when you start dealing with a little bit of math and stuff, but it's really that simple once you figure out what you're doing. It's really not all that hard. And then for our logo, now, I think we should try to do our. Let me see. Let's try to do our scratch marks, man. Okay, let's try. We're gonna try to create this as best we can. Have no idea how. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it. Let's see what happens. So we're gonna try. Logo. So first thing we need to do, we want to put it up here somewhere. So we'll do that by calling .brand. That's the name. That's what I named it. Display flex. So we're gonna put it next to in the fog. So we're gonna put it over here somewhere. So we'll design that first. Align items center, and then we'll do a gap of 10 pixels. So we'll put it over here somewhere. Now here we go. Scratch marks. Where is it at? I think I named it scratch marks. Yep. So we're gonna try to go in order. This is gonna be our button over here. We're gonna try to make our button as close as we can to this button. Not exactly. It's not gonna be moving or nothing like wavy. That'd be animated, but it's gonna be something like that. I'm not trying to copy them. I just want to challenge myself a little bit. And then for the height, 56 pixels. All right, so here we go. We named it path, right? So dot scratch marks. It's gonna be a path. It's gonna be a fill none. So fill none. Scratch mark path fill none. Stroke. We want to stroke it. Oh, whoa. And then EAE6DC, I think. Hey, that doesn't look bad. That does not look bad. Wow. It's a little off compared to what we see here, but that's fine. We're making our own little thing here. I didn't think it was gonna turn out that good, but it's a little bit off on my numbers here. It probably should be more of 100 instead of 90, but I'm cool with that. And then I made this one red slash. That's gonna give us our little red slash. That also could be up a little bit more, but whatever. A little bit off. Like I said, I was just going by doing it for so long, but it's close enough. And we'll say stroke width 5. Stroke width 5. Stroke. And we'll round those out. What else do we need? Red slash, so we can say. Let me think about this. So red slash. Let's do scratch mark. So scratch mark dot red dash slash stroke bar red. So that's a variable. And then stroke with 6. It's not bad. It's not bad. A little bit off. I was aiming more for up here, but close. Pretty. I mean, theirs is a little bit different. They're going over here, but that's fine. I like it. Not bad. What's next? What's next? What is next? Not that. Brand name, which is gonna be Into the Fog. So this. What do we want to do with this? What do I want to do with this? Let's do. We need a display flex. I think maybe font size, change the font family. Definitely needs to be down in size, way too big. So let's do display flex. Let's do flex no. Yeah. No. Yeah, flex direction column. That's gonna be vertically. So let's go back to column. Font size. Let's bring that down to 10 pixels. Maybe we could do a line height of 0.2. No, oh shoot, that's not gonna work. Let's try 0.82. That's a little bit better. And then letter spacing. Let's do 0.19 EM. 0.19 EM. So EM's another way we can do sizes, or we could do RAM as well. We could do pixels, but EM is pretty common. We could probably put one of the killers back here too. So now, if you look at my name here, Into the Fog, we have Into the and Strong, and then we have Fog as a B tag, which is another bold text. So we're gonna call on that separate, and we're gonna do something with that separate. First of all, it's way too close to our text up here. We need to bring that down. So let's go ahead and say brand name B, and then we'll do margin top 7 pixels, which will bring it down a little bit. Should give it some separation. Font size 25 pixels. We'll make that just a little bit bigger, just kind of stand out a little bit more. And then letter spacing 0.23 EM. Spread them out a little bit. Spread those cheeks. Looks good. Alright, now I used to, for my navigation links, I used to do multiple, like for mobile, I used to do separate nav links, but now I use the same nav links, and then when I go down to the media queries for mobile, I just design the buttons to be dropped down, where they're vertically, from horizontal to vertically. We'll do all that when we start working with mobile. So now we'll do desktop nav links, and then we'll say dot nav dash links is what we named it. Display flex. We'll say I think align item center. Justified content. Space between. No. Line item center. We could just do a gap. That works. We do a gap like that. But instead, let's do gap 25 pixels. Let's try 3.2 viewport width. 3.2 viewport width. 54 pixels. So left. Right. Okay, that should work. Yeah. It's almost the same thing what we just did, but we're specifying pretty much. Now I don't know why I did numbers here. We have two enter the fog. One's a button, and one would be like a link. Now we're gonna say nav links A. So now we're saying we're grabbing our nav links and our anchors. Our anchors is our links. And then this is where we can design the color of our text, get rid of underlines, change the font size, change the color, whatever we want to do. So we'll go in here, and this is also, if you notice from my homepage, I added a active class. That allows me to go in here and say nav links a dot active color orange, and that allows me to put the color that the pages that they're currently on. So that's why I have it active. So if they're on the home page, and it makes sense to let them know, hey, you're on the home page, right? And this would change depending on like this. As you see, if I have it open and I start scrolling, it tells you which one you're currently viewing, what section you're viewing. And then when you click on it, it will tell you, it'll highlight the one that you're currently on. Right? So pretty simple stuff. But let's go ahead and say dot navlinks a. And let's say position is going to be relative. Position is going to be relative. Relative display flex. Align item center. We already did that anyways. These numbers are too close together. We're gonna work on that too. We'll do. I want it to be a height of 100% because that's gonna help with mobile as well. To kind of keep that color, we can do. I think it's 9D, 9D, 9A is like a grayish color, whitish grayish, and then font size. We'll bring that down just a little bit. Font weight is going to be complete bold. And then we'll do letter spacing 0.13 EM. We'll do uppercase, so text transform uppercase. And then we'll do transition color 0.25 seconds ease. So that's going to help with our color transition when we do our hover effect. Alright, so now we need to space these numbers from our they're way too close. So if you see, I have those in a span. So we have to call on our nav links in our span. And our anchor, and then our span. So nav links A is greater than span, display none. So we could probably display them none for now. Or I could probably also just do gap. Well, no, that's not going to work because I don't have it. Let's say just display flex. Yeah, okay, so we would have to do it like this then. Yeah. What am I doing? So let's say it's greater than span. And let's just say display none. I think that might be the easiest. So nav links span. So I can't just, let's see. Okay, but we could do that instead to give some separation if we wanted to. But that looks I mean, let's just do none for now. What we'll do something for mobile. And then we're gonna make this a nice little button too. Alright, for the hover effect, let's see. We have to say nav links, a hover. These are suitable effects. And then nav links, a dot active color white. So white could be 3 Fs or 6 Fs. So they do the same thing. 1, 2, 3 is F. As you see it when I hover, oh well. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hover. What's going on? It's not working. Oh shoot. There we go. So that gives you the same one, or you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, same color. And just to really see it, there you go. Nav links a no, yeah, a dot active after suitable effect content. Leave that blank. Yeah, leave that blank. Position absolute of the content. Absolute right at 0. Right at 0. Bottom minus 1 pixel. I want that to be bottom. Left 0. Height 3 pixels. Background color bar red. Box shadow 0, 0, 12 pixel bar red. There we go. That looks sick. That looks sick. So what you do is you make the content blank because we're not adding no content in here. We're just using it to make the effect. It's gonna be a 1 pixel on the bottom. And to make it center, we do right 0, left 0, height of 3 pixels. So that's 3 pixels in height. Red, and then we give it a shadow. Without the shadow, it just looks dumb. It doesn't even work without the shadow, really. Okay, and then I guess the button. This one, the button. One of these are the buttons. Let's see. We need the pad to be 15 pixels to 20 pixels. Is really a good button usually. Border 1 pixel solid. RGBA 255 255 255 0.23. There's a button. I'm trying to see. I want to get close to this. It's not gonna be as big as that. Other transition 0.25 seconds each. Okay. So for the hover effect, we're gonna do nav, no. I could add it like that, but I mean, I don't want to copy too much of it, but it's pretty close. Obviously, it's not animated or any kind of like wavy feel, but it's kind of shaped the same. Alright, so we need to hide our hamburger menu, which is right there. We need to hide that on desktop. I usually have it showed so I can see what I'm doing. But let's just say menu button dot mobile. I think it's shoot. What did I name it? I think shoot. Did I name it that? Shoot, I don't remember what I named it. Fuck. Mobile CTA. Yeah. That. Oh, I think I forgot the comma, right? There we go. Let's hide that. Now for our home section, because this looks really bad. And what we're gonna do with this? Can be named anything really. Let's make it relative. We need to space everything out. Relative. Oh, put that over there. Align items, center. And then we'll do mid height. 100 viewport height. 110 pixels. Bring that down. We'll do another mid height. And we'll do 100 viewport height at minus 10 pixels. So to bring everything down, 110 pixels. Padding top, 70 pixels. Bring that down some more. Padding right. That's way too close to the freaking. That's way too close. Let's try. Let's try 24 pixels. Let's say 8 viewport height, viewport width at approximately 138 pixels from the right. Let's push that. You see how it got pushed over, right? Let's push that, and now we're gonna do the same for this side. So let's just do, let's bring it. So let's say padding bottom. Let's do 105 pixels, and then let's bring this more over as well from the left. At 24 pixels. So we'll do the same thing with the 8 viewport width with 138 pixels from the left. Now, for our content, all this stuff, let's work on this. What do we want to do? Now, this time don't do shit. Just, it's fixed. Doesn't actually do anything. So let's go in here. Let's say .hero. What did I name it? Content, I think I named it. Width, mid 720 pixels, 6 to view width. Okay. And we'll say animation, show content 0.9 seconds, ease both. Keyframes, from opacity 0. Transform, translate Y 25 pixels to opacity 1. Transform, translate Y. And then that is going to be this. So what we're going to do with this. So here's what we're going to do with this, I think. Let's get a border. Let's get a border that is right over here, a little line. Let's bring this up a little bit. Let's bring the size down. Let's just play around with it. So display flex. Align items center. Gap 13 pixels. Is that working? Yeah. Margin top 0, right? No, yeah. Yeah. Margin bottom. Let's bring it up a little bit more. Margin bottom color. Let's do B7, B3, AB. Darker gray. Okay. Font size. Font weight. Letter spacing 0.28 EM. And then 0.28 EM. Text transfer uppercase. Oh man, I don't know what to do. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. What do we want to do now? I say let's get a little, almost like something like this, but thinner. We don't have to have a hover. We don't have to have a shadow. Let's put that right here, just for decoration. So let's go to, let's do that now. Let's go to eyebrow, span, width, 39 pixels in width. Let's bring that over a little bit more. Height, it's gonna be 1 pixel for that. Background color is going to be variable red. And then we do a box shadow to make it look even better. So we do 0 for left, 0 for right, 9 pixels for the top. Bar red. Now I have a little shadow right here. Okay. It's good. I don't know what we're gonna do with this though yet. That's working out now, actually. This is the main heading, I think. Font family, font size. Let's do 66 pixel with an 8.5 view width with 142 pixels. We want that to be right in our face. Line height 0.78. I don't know if I like that. We'll roll with it for now. Letter spacing 0.008 em. No. Well, I don't know if I want it that close though, or maybe I do. Maybe I do, actually. Now we need a text shadow maybe. Where's text shadow? There it is. Text. So we do text shadow. 0 left, 5 pixels, 30 pixels right, and then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get a little black shadow. Transform scale X is going to be 0.91, and then we'll do a transform origin left. So now it's going to be tilted to the left. Looking good. Alright, what's next? I think it's gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, color transparent. We can try transparent, and maybe we can use a shadow for the text. So what if we do font style normal, and then what if we do a WebKit, or what if we do WebKit.text stroke, and what if we do a stroke of, what if we do a stroke of 1.5 pixels RGBA. And what if we do 223 green, we'll do 217, 204, 0.60, 66. So that looks really good. We give it a transparent, and then we add font style normal, and then we give it a text stroke 1.5 of stroke on the outside with this color on the outside, while basically keeping the black background as our, yeah, that looks good. Now for our paragraphs, way too close. So we have spell description wrong? I did. Margin bottom, we'll do 34 pixels, so we'll separate that from the bottom. We'll kind of just separate everything here. Border left. Border left, 1 pixel solid, RGBA. And then for this, we would just do 207, 45, 40, 0.7 for the alpha. And we'll keep it 0.7. I don't want it to be too bright. And then we did 1 pixel, so it's not too wide. And if I change this, obviously, you know, self-explanatory. We'll do 1 pixel for now for that. Color, var gray, the text. And then we'll do font family, George, and Times. Kind of change the font family up a little bit on that. Font size. We'll do, let's try 15 pixels, 1.25, view width, 19 pixels. That should really it's getting there. We still haven't done mobile yet. We got a while to go. All right, what's next here? I guess this stuff right here will be next, right? Which I named actions. Display flex. I'll separate that a little bit. Left 24. Alright, so this is where I'm gonna make it challenging, sorta. I want this to be like a polygon. I want it to be something different. And I haven't used these very often. So let's I think it's clip path polygon. Alright. So we'll do a polygon at 0, 0 at 93%. So that's gonna clip the backside. 93%. For the right to be 0 at 100%, 50%. So 100%, 50%. I want to play around with it. I want it to be almost like an arrow. So, and then we'll opposite this, and we'll say 100%, 4%, 50%. Not what I want. Okay. So, 93%, 100%, 50%, 0%. Something's not looking right here. We gotta play around with these numbers here. Where do I think of it wrong at? So 0, let me read it real quick. So 0, left, right, 93% top. Oh, this is 0. This changes to, let's try 93%. Fuck. 93%, 20%. Let's take this. We're getting there. So 93. No. Shit, man. 100. Am I forgetting something here? Fuck. Let's try 0 to 100%. There we go. This is what I was trying to make. Something different. Polygon type feel. Almost like an arrow. I had to play around with the numbers. I was so confused. Like, what the fuck? Font size. Font size 11 pixels. Font weight. As bold as we can make it. Letter spacing. Let's do 0.13 em. And then let's do text. Transfer uppercase. And then let's do transition. 0.25 seconds each. Now we need to do a hover effect probably for it. What we could do is actually let's call on our B margin left auto, which is going to be our arrow. Padding right, same thing. Padding right 22 pixels with a font size of 21 pixels. That's good enough. Now for a hover effect, we'll do primary button, hover, background color, bar light red. And then we'll do transform, translate Y, and then we'll have it go up 2 pixels. So it should go up like this. Okay, it does. And then we'll do a blur. So we'll do let's do a drop shadow instead of a blur. We could do a blur. So we'll do drop shadow 0. We'll try 7 pixels, 18 pixels at RGB. RGBA. So yeah, RGBA 207, 45, 40 at 0.38. And then now I think the last thing besides the footer is this. All that's really left I think is maybe we can keep that the same probably. We need to do that and we need to do this and then mobile device I think. Mobile is gonna be hard. Usually I design mobile first. I need to go off the top of my head, dude. I have a headache because I'm so focused right now. Okay, let's just take a look. How's it look on full screen? And I have a transition in 2.5 seconds, which gives you that slow transition. And I have a little drop shot here, but I have this one translating Y minus 2 pixels, so it's going up. This is gonna be pretty interesting to design this for mobile device. So dot trailer dash button display flex. Now we're working on this. We'll do that. Gap of 13 pixels. Padding 0. I don't want no padding. We're gonna turn this. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn this play button into a little circle. So we're gonna have to circle at. We're gonna have to use a gradient and do circle at this position. We're gonna take this and make a circle, and make it highlight. I think that's what we're gonna do. So let's do border none. Let's do background none. And then let's do color EEE90F. That's a fucked up play button. Cursor pointer, so I want a pointer. As you can see without the pointer, there's no pointer. With, we got a pointer, right? And then we'll do text align left. Okay. Now we're gonna try to make this. We're gonna try. Let's see. Let's make this like a little circle. And with our play button, so we'll have a circle around our play button. I think so. We're gonna have to do circle at our play button, right? So we'll have to do dot trailer button I display grid place items center. Width it's gonna be 40. We'll try 44 pixels. To separate that a little bit, and then we'll have to do height of 44 pixels as well. So let's give that some room. So we're gonna have a circle, I think. And we'll do a border, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA. And we'll do 255, 255, 255, 0.45. Alright, and then we'll have to let's see. Let's border. And now all we need to do to make it a circle is we need to make it 50% of that. So border radius at 50% should make it circle. There we go. Exactly what I wanted to do, but that's a fucked up play button. So font size, we'll bring that down just a little bit. It's a little big. And then we'll do a font style normal, because we're gonna make that normal. And then we will do a transition 0.25 seconds ease as well for that. But we're gonna do an animation. I want it to slow hover effect. I don't want to just change the color immediately, right? So now we're gonna do dot trailer button hover I border color bar red. And then we'll do background color. I'll do the same for background color as well. Bar red. There we go. Not bad. What next? What's next? What is next? What is next? Maybe this. Maybe we can make that a little bit better. We would have to do dot trailer button. If it's greater than span. Font size is gonna be 11 pixels. Font weight is going to be bold. Letter spacing is going to be 0.12 EM maybe, and then text uppercase. Now, I can have it highlight this whole area, but I don't mind it just doing the play will interact with this as well. What's next? I think I added in trailer button small, I think. about to find out. Yep. Trailer button small, margin, top, 5 pixels. Color, 7.6. 7.6. 7.1 is it gonna be a nice grayish color? Yeah. So we're gonna change it. We're gonna change this one to a different. We're styling this part at the bottom because I have it in a small text. And then what we could do is font family. Let's just run that, I guess. Font size, and then we'll do font style. And then we'll do letter spacing 0.02 m. So 0.02 m with a text transform none. So that's gonna get rid of all of our effects for that. Now we have a trial card, which is this, I think. Position absolute. Position absolute, it's going to be right of 26 pixels, 6 view width, height 98 pixels. So we'll put that right back up there, and this is going to be a grid, so we can style the grid better, so we can have these stacked vertically on top of each other in mobile. So we're going to do grid instead with a grid template. So now we're going to do a grid template, which is my favorite to do, and we're going to say, hey, we need it to be auto with 1 row. We got 1 row, right? If we have 2 rows, we do 2 FR, and so on. And then we have audio to auto adjust it automatically with align items center. Okay. All right. Gap is going to be 12 pixels, and then width. We'll bring that in a little bit in the width. With a padding top, we'll bring them about 17 pixels from the top. Bring them down a little bit. Padding bottom, we'll do that for 17 pixels. So that's just gonna reset it, so we can do what we're going to do next. For the border, border top. My eyes are hurting. I'm so locked in right now. Let's work on that. Okay, this is gonna be difficult. So I think we're gonna do 0, 0, 0. So left, right, top, 5 pixels, bottom, RGBA, 255, 207, 45, 40, 0.14. Just give it a nice little glow. No. Let's do 0, 0, 15 again, bar red. And then let's do animation, pulse, 1.6 seconds, infinity. Keyframes, pulse, 50%. I want it to like pulse like this. I want like a heart, like a pulse. I want it to pulse back and forth. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So I want to say 50%. 50%. I want to do box shadow 0, 0, 0, 9 pixels, transparent, and then we can take 0, 0, 20 pixels, bar red. I didn't think that was gonna work. So what I did, I put 0, 0, 0, 9 pixels. So it's gonna go out 9 pixels and then come back in to 0, and then it's gonna go 20 pixels wide. But I did not think that was gonna work, dude. It looks really good. Wow. Now you see, it's not mobile friendly at all. Not mobile friendly at all. But on desktops, the only thing is, it's kind of hard to see it with the red background. But all right. So what's next? We could do the Survivor. But I don't think I did that. I lied. Trial begin. I did. I didn't think I added that in. I was going to, but I was like, nah. We'll probably make that work with JavaScript. Time. So survivor dot or dash the dash status. Forgetting something, I think. Four pixels. Font size, letter spacing. So we're gonna do grid column 2. Grid column 2 with the display flex gap. color D8 D2 C7. So transform minus degrees minus 25 degrees. So minus 25 degrees is going to be dot. We need to do last child. So survivor status I, last child, background color 5D 5B 5 5D 5B 5 6. So we'll change that last child. So what I'm telling it is I'm saying, hey, take survivor status, take I. These are all different. These are all the icons basically. I'm saying take last child being the one over here, and then we'll make it gray. That way we have one bar missing, just for whatever. This is 38 pixels. Display flex. Lineup center at 15 pixels. 15 pixels. Color 68 63. Font size, letter spacing 0.25 pm. Writing mode. Writing mode is going to be vertical RL. Dot scroll message I with 1 pixel height. Height is going to be 50 pixels, I guess. Bring that up. We'll do a background linear. Shit. So bar red, right? For the footer, and then we'll start working on mobile. Bottom at 16 pixels. Bring it back with left of 50%. Width of 100%. Color 57, 58, 53. Make it dark gray. Font size is gonna be 8 pixels. 0.08 em. do text align center. And then we'll do transform. Translate X. It's going to be minus 50%. That's pretty small. What if we did text transform uppercase? And what if we did that? Looks a lot better to me. Now we're gonna start working on mobile, which is my favorite to do. We'll say tablet, and mobile. And if we make it big screen, we click here. With iPhone, it looks pretty fucking shitty. Oh my god. Wow. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna say media and max width. So we're saying when the screen you get to a max width of 900 pixels and below, run the code. We're gonna say .navbar. We'll say pad and right. 24 pixels with a padding left of 24 pixels, and we can make it small so we can see what's going on here. We're also gonna we might hide these, so scratch mark with 38 pixels. Oh shit! I was wondering why it wasn't working. At media max width. Oh. Let me see. Let me see if I display none. Yeah, it does. Okay, so it is working. Scratch marks. One is 38. Got brand. Name B is going to be font size of 20 pixels, and then we'll say .nav display none. Alright, now for the hamburger. Let's design the hamburger. We're gonna try this little thing right here. It's gonna be complicated sometimes. It doesn't work sometimes for me, and I have to figure out what the fuck's going on. Let's give it a go. I can't see what I'm doing, so let me go ahead and say nav links display none. So I can just have the the area up there to work with. Display flex. So there it is. It's showing back, right? We'll say flex direction. It's gonna be column. justify content center. All right. So here we go. Gap. We need the gap to be 6 pixels from each other. And then we need a width of 44 pixels with a height of 44 pixels. There it is. And then padding is going to be 8 pixels. Alright. Border, none. Background, none. Cursor pointer. Alright, bear with me. Now, we're going to go down here and say menu, button, span, and display block. And then we'll say we want the width to be 27 pixels of our little lines with a height of 2 pixels. And then background color, E6 DC. Just do white. And a transition 0.3 seconds ease. And let's give it more of a bigger gap. Looking good. Alright, I'm gonna play some guitar. Maybe you guys can watch me play guitar. Let's take a break. Play some guitar. I'll be right back. Be right back, guys. gonna play some guitar, I think. I'm starving. Then we'll go back to program. I gotta take a break. I gotta get my eyes a break. Fuck. Programming is a lot sometimes, man. Fuck. Why is it not opening? There we go.
Red, red wine goes to my head, makes me forget that I still need her so. Red, red wine, it's up to you. All I can do, I've done. Memories don't go. Memories don't go. I have sworn that with time, thoughts of you will leave my head. I was wrong, now I find just one thing makes me forget. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue heart. I have sworn that with time, thoughts of you will leave my head. I was wrong, now I find just one thing makes me forget. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue heart. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone.
This is hey. All right, so uh, we're about to play a song that I haven't played in freaking years, so I don't think I remember how. We're gonna try to play it. We're gonna try to play it. talking about. You this pain. Rain, give me the chance to prove
Song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth. Gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Cotton on the roadside, cotton in the ditch. We all picked the cotton, but we never got rich. Daddy was a veteran, a Southern Democrat. They ought to get a rich man to vote like that, singing song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth. Gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Well, somebody told us Wall Street fell, but we were so poor that we couldn't tell. Cotton was short and the weeds were tall, but Mr. Roosevelt was gonna save us all. Well, Mama got sick and Daddy got down. The county got the farm and they moved to town. Papa got a job with the TVA. He bought a washing machine and then a Chevrolet. Sing it, song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth. Gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Play it. Sing it, song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth. Gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Song of the South. Gone with the wind. Song of the South. Song of the South.
We're gonna do some Christmas singing. We're gonna do some Christmas singing. about a little bit of Christmas music?
We were born in this little town. Growing up, I was counting down every single day till we made our getaway. You said you could never see.
How about a little Christmas music? do anything that you wanted me to, and all this said and done. Alright, let's get back to gaming, man. I don't even know, man. No, 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 no. I don't wanna do. I just want you back. Back, want you back, baby. I don't even know why I'm so sweaty right now, baby. I just want you back, I just want you back, It's hot in here. Sneaky little turtle.
Just got off work early on a Friday. Now I'm headed home to pick up a load of unassembled furniture for my stepdaughter's house, haul it over to her house and put it together, and make her new home look beautiful. Just got off work early on a Friday. Now I'm headed home to pick up a load of unassembled furniture for my stepdaughter's house, haul it over to her house and put it together, and make her new home look beautiful.
I move on better with female characters. Faking it. He's got Mindbreaker, which puts us in a bad spot. That jungle gem was weak as fuck. This guy is drunk. I'm about to say, don't hit me on the hook, bro. You'll be in trouble if you do that. I put money on that. You would be in trouble. Hit me on the hook and see what happens. You will be in trouble, my friend. In trouble. In absolute trouble. What the fuck? Did I get grabbed? That hit? Doing? Just sandbagged each other. My bad. I mean, we both try to hit the window. Nothing you can do about that. What the fuck? Well, first of all, where'd you come from? Second of all, what was that hit? Like, this guy's got the ultimate VPN, don't he? Holy shit, this guy's on wireless, bro. There's no way. I'm not locked in right now. I'm not even really trying. I'm so like, his ping is making it really difficult. I hate playing against people that they need to make it where people are around the same ping, man. Nobody wants to be playing against someone that has higher ping than them. Especially as killer. Swing and a miss! He's gonna tunnel me. 1v1 me. I want to 1v1 this guy. This guy guy is so fucking bad, dude. I can't believe I just died to this shit. Oh my god. Oh, I can't believe I just died to this, man. This guy's terrible. This guy doesn't have more than 100 hours in the game. How much you want to bet? And I just played terrible against him. You better hope I don't run into him again. Better hope I don't fucking run into you again. 1v1 me. Put money up. Alright, I'm gonna talk shit, bro. I'm so aggravated. Tunnel in and caught it. Died to someone that doesn't even. Talking shit. I remember now, huh? Ah, I guess I'm salty. I'm not done. I'm about to get banned. I'm about to get banned. I get mad when I die to dog shit players. When I play bad, they ain't do shit. I play bad. That's a fact. Because they're so confident 1v1 me. If you're so confident, put money up. You know what I mean? Am I salty? Maybe. Who gives a fuck? This player hasn't done shit though. I mean, they're gonna pass me up in the board. It's fine. I'm talking shit. Why y'all on the same gen? You guys are idiots. This player's fucking bad! And I'm gonna be the last one on the leaderboard. I'm the best player in this fucking lobby. I'm the fucking last one out. You gotta be joking. You know, I'm a coward though. I'm gonna leave before I even have the time to react. I'm a coward. I'm a bitch. The fuck? I'm not even mad though. I'm just fucking trolling. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get banned though. I don't want to get banned, but they might report me. I get banned. I would have got grabbed. It's a waste of I mean, that was a waste of time. I mean, yeah, alert them to where you're at. Doesn't look behind you. Oh, how? Oh, I don't understand, dude. I'm the best player in this effing lobby. It was my own fucking pumpkin. My own fault. I can't spell her. Oh, let me go select my 4K. And then bitch when my lobbies get hard. I'm a trollster. I'm a porn star, bitch. I'm a trollster. She's so bad. I can't believe this shit, bro. I play like shit that game. Probably tired, who knows. That's what happened to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep. But I ain't going to bed, it's fucking Friday. This game's going on way too long. Gang, gang. Watch her get hatch. Now I'm a coward. I'm leaving. I ain't gonna give him time to react. I'm a coward, man. I'm a bitch. At least I admitted it, right? Dead. Dead. She doesn't even watch behind her. He hasn't been hooked. Then you hit him on the hook. It's crazy. And we're leaving because we're cowards. Right, Nick. No one. No one. Dude. Why did I go YouTube? John, you still there? What's up, Megan? Why did I go ham in the chat like that, dude? I'm about to get banned. I'm not even mad. I'm just fucking trolling. But they were all dog shit players though. I want to 1v1 him or her. I don't know who it is. To be honest, I don't care. I want to 1v1 him for money. Why were they hitting him on the hook though? You had no reason to be hitting him on the hook. If they would have hit me on the hook, they would have set me off and they would have got looped for the whole time. I wouldn't have went down. I promise you, I wouldn't have went down. That is one way to piss me off. With a high ass ping, dude. I was getting hit. Y'all saw that? Getting hit 10 feet away from them is crazy, dude. What's my internet speed? I just went from 1 gigabyte to 5. I have 5 gigs now. Yeah. But you're never gonna get like 100%, like 5 gigs or whatever. I mean, I'm wired up, but I don't understand how this works though. Like, how do I have good internet but my ping's always pretty high? I don't understand that. I kind of feel bad. I shouldn't have talked shit like that in the chat, dude. I was trolling, but I shouldn't have talked shit. You can tell they were newer players. I mean, I didn't play good, but honestly, my first game on, so that's whatever. But I mean, they didn't even have 100 hours. I kind of feel bad. Like, cause that's one way how you can push people away from the game. You know what I mean? Especially when I'm a veteran player. I've been playing the game for 9 years and I have over 8,000 hours in the game. Like, I should know better than that. Like, and I'm not saying they're gonna get like upset or get their feelings hurt, but if they're new and they're like, okay, but this is how the the fan base is, they don't want no part in this game, right? Turn people away from things. And I was trolling. I'm not really like salty. I was just talking shit. I was raised baiting, I guess. If I was real mad, I would have added them. I had a guy do it before, John. I had a dude. He was on Epic Games, right? He went and made a Steam account, added me. I mean, he added me on everything he could find me on. I had to block him from literally everything. That's not bad though. It's pretty good. Not bad. It takes so to download a update that's like 20 gigabytes on a game. It takes me about 2 minutes. Hey, so as people know, I'm a programmer, right? I program video game stuff. I'm working on this right now. And I want to show you the website I've been working on for DBD. I just started working on it today. Just something simple. So I'm working on this so people can trying to create something for people to make their own mods. Where they don't have to have any programming experience. They can just drag stuff because I went to school for it, but not everybody can, afford to go to school for program, whatever. So if I can, they can learn. The kids nowadays have it easy. They can use AI to learn, which don't use AI to just copy and paste code. Use it as a learning curve to learn. Like if you go to ChatGPT or any kind of AI and you say, "Hey, build this website for me," right? Have her build something for you, and then ask her to break down each thing that she gave you, each code she gave you, and she will break down each line for you. Get to a point where you can understand what it means. I wish I would have had that when I was in school. I'm 29 now. This is back when I was 18, fresh out of high school. I wish I would have had something like this. But YouTube and they got all kinds of stuff. And then another mod I have is this one. This one has about $60,000 on it. But here's the website I'm going to show everybody. Here it is. It was inspired by DBD, and let me move my camera so you guys can see this was really nice. I tried my best, get as close as I can, but this is different. This slash is different. It's a little bit different than what they have, just angled differently. But I have a nice little. And I got some trees back here that it's not the best looking tree in the world, as you can see, but I designed it by scratch with my code editor. And I just, obviously, it's not textured, right? But with the fog and stuff, you can't really tell. But I did it all by scratch, and I didn't really know what I was, like, I knew what I was doing code-wise, but I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I'd never done a tree for a website before. And then I added some fog, and then I added some little embers. Is that how you call it? But as you can see, it's nice, right? But, it's not responsive. Right? And we just added this in earlier, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, that's what we're going to be doing for a minute. Or we're just chilling here. See, this is all cramped up. This looks terrible, right? So, here's what we need to do for mobile device. There's a thing called grid. There's a thing called column. What's a column, right? A column is pretty much something vertical, right? So these buttons on mobile device, we don't want these next to each other. We want this to be under this one. We want everything to be like vertically stacked, right? We want everything to be vertically stacked. And then our navigation, I used to back in the day. See, I've been doing websites for 14 years, video games about 6 years. And I used to back in the day when I didn't know any better. Like it was like the harder way it was the stupid way to do things. Is I would copy my links, my HTML, and then I would have two set of links, one for desktop, one for mobile. Now I don't do that. Now I tell now I write the code. Hey, when the screens get to 400 pixel, then I go ahead and I edit the navigations under that code, and then I drop them down here. I make them vertical. I make a little, whatever, right? I manipulate it to how I want it. Like, for example, right here, we use media queries to do mobile device. And what this code says is media, when the screens get to max width, so when the screens get to 900 pixels or below, run this code. And you see that happens when we get to here, boom, right? Our navigation disappears and we get the mobile hamburger menu, right? So that's what we're saying. That means right there we got to our 900 pixels. So how do I figure out my breakpoints? What's the breakpoint? Well, let me show you. If I open up, and this is the hard part, doing mobile, because you have to have breakpoints to make sure that everything's not cramped up. How we do it? We go to full screen, we go to inspect, and this is how you can check, because Google Chrome is the only web browser I know of that has where you can check how things would look. This actually don't look bad on mobile. Wow. But we're still going to make everything, well, you can't see, yeah, that does right there. That looks terrible. But this, not too bad. But what I do is I go to responsive, and this allows me to move and see how things react. So right here, if you pay attention, that's a breakpoint. And then when this gets to here, we can have a breakpoint, right? So we can have, boom, right here, we can have this drop down or something, right? And I'm looking at the pixels. So I would go in there and say, hey, when we get to 853 pixels, let's drop this down. Let's maybe display these as a grid. You know, like, think of a grid like this is think of you having 2 buttons right here and 2 buttons right here. That would be 2 row, 2 columns. This would be technically be 1 row, 1 column, or 1 row, 2 columns, because we have a 1 row and we have 2 columns, right? So breakpoints is very important. Who's texting me? So we need it. So if you go to my website, this is my website. It took me 6 months to develop it, and the JavaScript was I hate JavaScript. So I know JavaScript, I'm very fluent in it, but I prefer C#. I think C# is more beginner friendly, if you ask me. So here's my JavaScript. So I added all my variables and stuff in. I can go in, like I can change the update. So if I go up here, because we're on version 1.52 for my mod, and you can see my mod. We got 57,000 downloads on it. Right? 1.52. So I have everything set up to where I can just, once you write the first line of code, which it takes a while, then you can just, I'm not saying copy and paste, but then you can just copy what you already have because the code's already implemented. What I mean by that is current version, I can just go to here, change it to 1.53. There we go. Simple as that. Because I already have the variables and everything set up. If I want to add some more, if I want to add down here and add a new thing down here, I pretty much just copy what I have here in HTML, but I just start a new line, right? So it would be, see, we're on ID 10. I would just type in ID 11, because we can't have the same ID number. We'll put a comma, and then we'll put a comma right here, and then we'll put title, right? And you can type what you want the title to be. Make sure it's in, and we can say hello world, whatever, and there we go. And if I want this to be up here with this, I added a thing called future, and that would be like as bigger as you can see, bigger everything, because I want people, that's important. I want people to see it, right? And this was a big announcement for me, for everybody to see. But I would just make that, I would just change the future to that, to true, and change it to false, and that would show up here. And then I can start typing everything out, and then down here, this is the UL stands for unordered list. LI stands for list items, and that is going to be what we have here. So you can just, create custom locations, set, all that fun stuff, right? And then right here, this is it's self-explanatory. What is a P? What do you think a P is? Look at this and look at P. Paragraph, right? So this would be a paragraph, which is exactly what it is. So I put the paragraph tag, and I start writing what it does and whatever. Programming is not as hard as what people make it seem like. It really isn't. Like, for example, like I said, because you gotta learn the syntax of things. For example, let me find something right here. So the exclamation point in C# for video games, and every video game out there has the same principle what you see here. What this means, the exclamation point, is we're checking if something is not active, or something's not null, or something's not equal to null, or something's not true, or something's not false. Right here, we're checking, hey, if we have not talked to this person or the ped, and the suspect does exist, and the player is distance to suspect position is less than 3 float or 3 meters, then let's give a player a help notification that they can go talk to the NPC, and let's check if the key Y is pressed. Then, if we have not talked to them, let's make that true. Let's initialize it. So if it's not true, so if we take this away, we're checking if we have talked, right? But we're checking if not. If we haven't, let's make it true. Let's make sure all their tasks are clear. Let's make sure they are standing still, and let's delete the route blip. So you know how in GTA 5 when you get a route, and you go to somewhere, and then when you get close, it deletes it. There's no reason for us to have a blip once we get on scene as a cop. This is callouts for GTA 5. It's a mod that allows you to be a cop. It's called LSPFR. I make callouts, your typical police response, right? And this one is misuse of 911. So someone kept calling 911 repeatedly, right? That's what this is. So once the player, as the officer, arrives on scene, we'll delete the blip. We'll go up to the player. Once we get within 3 meters from them, they'll get the option. They can press key Y, and that will start the dialogue process. And I have that in my XML. That is going to show a subtitle of 5 seconds, 5 thousandths, 5 seconds of programming. So once you learn the syntax of like equal, not equal. So this means equal to. Equal means equal to. This means equal. This means not equal to null. Like if we say null, which means null means something is not present in the code, or we haven't spawned something in. So every game out there, if they don't check if a ped before they spawn a character in, if they don't check if that character is null before they spawn it in, that's an automatic game crash all the time. Because if something happens with that player and the character, the NPC or AI does not spawn in, and we don't check, that is going to cause some major issues. So we got to check, hey, if this variable of ped is not equal to null, then let's dismiss them, right? So if we're trying to clean something up and they do exist and we want them to go on with their merry way, we can dismiss them. So learning the syntax of things is that's really the hardest thing in programming, really. Right here, we're checking, hey, if we have talked to if talked has started and suspect is not aggressive, so we have that exclamation point, right? And suspect does exist, and we are distance to suspect, that position is less than 10 meters or 10 float, but 10 meters. Then let's make sure they are aggressive. Let's make that true. Let's give a game fiber sleep 2 seconds. That's going to give the game time to breathe. And then we'll give them a knife. If it was a gun, this is where you input your ammo type, your ammo count. So however much ammo you want them to have. But since this is a knife, you just put 1 as for true. So remember, in programming, 0 is actually false, 1 is true. And then you put true. And then we'll give a subtitle, and then we'll fight against us, the player. So simple stuff. It's really not. It can get more complicated, but it's really not nothing to it. I mean, I went to school for it, so I guess it's a little bit more easier for me. But like I said, if you're interested in being a programmer, don't just copy and paste AI code, but like go to ChatGPT or whatever. It's okay to use it as a learning tool. It's okay, because it's the same thing as looking something up on Google or watching a YouTube video of a crash course. To me, same thing. And just ask her. These are called operators. These things I was just teaching you guys. It's called operators. There's operators, and like your equal, you're equal, you're equal to, you're not equal to, right? Not equal to true, not equal to null. And just ask her. This is C#, the program language I program in, and just ask her, teach me the operators for C#. And she's gonna tell you what everything means, every operator you can think of. What integers, like for example, decimal numbers is the same thing as a double. They're both used for, uh, you know, like, and you have integers. So these are all. If I'm like, for example, if I'm implementing something like, for example, my career mode that I'm doing, which is gonna involve XP. This is XP, right? And XP is what? Numbers. And this right here is what? Well, it's not a decimal number. It doesn't have a point. It's an integer. I'm grabbing an integer, right? So, therefore, if we're dealing with money, we want to use a double, because if you read it, these both do the same thing, but read it. Read the description. It even tells you what it does. So read the description. This says a decimal floating point number. If you pay attention to this one, what this will say? It's a floating point number, but it's precision. It's way more accurate. When you're dealing with money, you're making a game, you're dealing with money, you need it to be accurate. You need the money to be very accurate. So if I have a 99.1, that's a very, 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 that's not going to work with decimal, because it's going to be off. It's going to have that percentage that's going to be off. And the money might not add up right. So we need to be accurate with it, so we would use a double instead. So, yeah. Once you learn all those, and obviously we all know strings as characters, right? Just if I want to get someone's name or username or whatever, right? That would be a string. And there's many other things we can use, variables wise, but and then you have your Boolean, which is true or false, simple stuff. Let's go back to the DVD, because I want to make this responsive. Right now, on small screens, it looks like absolute shit. Not gonna lie. Big screens, we're good. I really like how this turned out. As well. I actually wouldn't mind to have this hover effect across each one. Let me take a look at that, actually. Honestly, I don't know if I want the button way over there, though. Let's take a look and see if I can find that real quick, and see if I can make that hover effect for all these when you hover over them. So let's go see where I think I added it up here. I don't remember where it's. I think right here. This looks like it's it right here. Yep. So what I'll do is, let's say nav. Let's see if I can add it for all the, when you hover over all of them. Add that little. That would be nice. So let's see. Let me think about this for a second. Let's say nav links A. So we're gonna grab our nav links and our anchors. Our anchors is our actual navigation. And let's say hover. And let's just grab this and let's see how that works. Okay, well, that completely broke it. Okay. It doesn't like something in here. That looks pretty sick. I ain't gonna lie. So what if we do fix? Yeah, so it doesn't like absolute at all. What if we did? What if we did text on decoration underline? Okay, what if we did? What if we did? see, I want it to hover, and it's not hovering. So, oh shit. I don't remember how do I do. I don't remember how to do that. Hmm. I thought it would have been hover. And it hovers, but it's not hovering with the. Let me think about this for a second. Come on, brain. What if we did? What if we did hover after? Bingo. 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 That I like that. I like that a lot. Sometimes, like I said, I went to school for this, but sometimes things don't work. Sometimes I have issues. Gotta just play around with it. I went to school for it, so I kind of know what I need to play around with. And I just know what to change and what might work, what might not work. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta go with it. And I just had to flip these around and hover in and after suitables effects. But like I said, let's work on the mobile. So we got a little nice -2 pixels translate Y up. So Y is up and down. So that gives us a nice little hover effect there. Got a nice little play button here. But this right here is giving us issues when we go to small screen. That looks horrible. And we don't have no navigation. This doesn't work. Nothing works on mobile. Broken, right? So we gotta work on that. And I don't even know where I want to start because there's so much we gotta do. And we gotta do some JavaScript, which I hate JavaScript. I mean, I know it. I'm fluent in it, but I hate it. It was the hardest one for me to learn when I was in school. I almost flunked it. But now it's a lot easier. This C# I passed at 98%. But I had to go to school for 7 years because I had to go for websites first. They won't let me do both together. They won't let me do video game development and website together, which fucking sucked. So I had to I went for front end, so I don't know anything server sided or back end development. I do front end development. So everything that players or users see on a website is what I'm in charge of doing. And then if I need any back end, I go to a buddy of mine, or I go to a buddy of mine that does back end. He's a full stack, so he does both, but he usually helps me design and stuff like that. But let's go ahead and see what we can come up with for mobile. And we obviously need this menu to work, and we also need to do this. We need this to animate to an X. That's pretty easy to do. It's not that bad. We just gotta. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this one to about -45 degrees. That's gonna tilt it this way. Then what we're gonna do with the middle one, we're gonna hide that, turn the opacity down to 0. And then we're gonna turn this one to this one to 45 degrees, and this one -45 degrees, so they cross. And then the middle one gets hidden. So that's what we're gonna do. And then what we'll do hamburger document. This should be, I think it's mobile menu. And I think it's menu buttons. What we need to change our variable to. All right, let's start working on the mobile. We already started working on it, so right now we're working on tablets. Tablets is around 900, a little bit above, but usually around 900 pixels. Then we'll do one that was, then we'll do a media query for 500 pixels, which would be more of like iPhones, Androids around that. We'll work on that next. But we need to have different breakpoints for different screens that's not a computer. Tablets can be a little bit bigger. iPhones and Androids are just around the 500, 600, 500 mark and below. So earlier we designed the button here. So obviously, as you can see, that's our hamburger menu, right? I can implement this. If I want it to be a bigger gap up there, I can, right? But let's just do about 6, or let's do about 8. And we could also, I want to give a background. We probably can give a background. We can give a background, and we can give a border radius to round out the radius if we wanted to. Well, we could do anything we want to do, right? The skies is endless in programming. You could do You can get very creative, but I'm not very creative. All right. We can also do 50%, which would be pretty much normally just make it really circle. That's what we did with this. Now that would make sense, right? It looks kind of dumb, but I'm just proving the point that we can have a background if we want to, if we choose. But we're gonna say background to none because we don't want a background. We want to use our black background. All right, and then we already got our transition. Now let's make it animate. So it's not gonna work until we add it in JavaScript probably. But we can start working on it. So, menu button, span, nth child is going to be 2, I think. And then we'll say width 19 pixels. So we're gonna well, I'm gonna try something different real quick. So we could do that, or we can do this. I normally do the X, but let me try something different. I'm gonna try to offset these. So let's say dot menu, dot menu. Oh, yeah, dot button. And then what we'll do is we'll grab a class of open, because I think I have open at the top. We'll say open span nth child. This is going to be first child, I think. And then we'll say first child. I haven't done it like this in a while. Normally I don't do first child. Normally I just do nth child 1, 2, and 3. So we're gonna try something different, because if I don't do it if I do it this way, I might be able to animate it without JavaScript. But my website, I animated it with JavaScript. So I'm gonna see if I can do it without JavaScript, which I haven't done in a long time. So we'll say first child. It's gonna be a transform. Yeah, transform. No. Yeah, transform translate Y, and it's gonna be about 8 pixels. So it'll be about 8 pixels. Rotate at about 45 degrees. That's normally what it is. So dot open. First child. Let's see. And then let's do dot. Let's do dot button. Do dot menu button. Dot open. Span. Nth child 2. Opacity 0. So we're probably gonna have to add this into JavaScript, and we're gonna have to look for a key. So we'll get to that. Matter of fact, we could probably add that in now. If I remember how to do it. Let's see. It's been a while since I've done it this way. So what we can do? So we're gonna have to add. Let me see. We're gonna have to add a No, that ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work. Let me think. That's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. Add event listener. let's just delete this. So there's gonna be 2 that we're gonna make for now. We're gonna need to get an ID. We're gonna have to add an event listener and add that to show, because if you see, so let me think. My mind's, I got such a bad headache. Let me think. If we go over to here, we have a thing in here called open. That's important because we're gonna be calling that on our event listener. That's gonna allow us to open the menu. First, we gotta create our functions. Const. We can name it whatever. Equals document dot get element by ID. And this is going to be exactly what we named it in our JavaScript, which is our ID here. So that has to match this. We'll get one more, and this is gonna be, I think I named it nav links. Let me see. Let me make sure I get it right. I don't wanna misspell it. Nav links. So this is our ID for our nav links, and we're using class to style everything, but we're using our IDs, and it's self-explanatory. What does that say? ID. For the JavaScript, what does that say? Get element by ID. So we're creating a variable or const, naming it menu button equal document. Documents this, the whole web page, and we're grabbing the element by ID and we're giving it our name of our ID in here. Simple. It's really not that hard. It may seem hard. We're gonna name this nav links equals document dot get element by ID nav links. There we go. Now we have to add those to event listener, so when we open this, it animates and it pulls up our links. And we have to, like I said, I used to do two whole set, but now this is the same nav links as what we see here. When the screen gets down, I drop all the menus down. I add a little background. I add them vertically. I position them to where I want, right? So now we have to go in here, and we could create a function, or let me think. Yeah, we could create a function. Toggle menu. Const. Now we're going to call our nav links and then we'll say open. So it's not going to do nothing yet. But right now we need to add an event listener. So we need to add an event listener. So if I go into if you go into here, or so right here, we added an event listener, and we add this to active. So this is how we add a event listener equals or greater to menu button classless toggle. So in theory that should work. We just have to say menu button click menu button show, and then open show, or That should work. It's not. So click, show. I think I know why. Oh. Open. So I must have missed something here. Rotate. Active. This website actually turned out pretty well. Something I'll put together. Space. Where did I put it at though? It's a lot of work to get it mobile. Yeah, open. Here it is. Movement not open, which is exactly what I just did. But we did child 1, child 2, child 3. Register event listener. It should be down here. Colors, roadmap. Let's just do it. Let's just do it the way I said I was gonna do it. Cause I already have it programmed for that. That you wanted me to. Alright, so. No, let's do nav links. Nav links dot I think it's dot query selector all A. Grab all the links. Then const trailer slut button. What did I name it? I think I named it trailer button. Menu is open, nav links open. Body. Menu button dot class list toggle open. And then should be menu is open. It's not gonna work yet. What's next? Let me think. I got such a headache. Menu is open. Let's do body dot class list dot toggle menu open. Menu is open. Menu button dot set attribute ARIA dash expanded. Menu is open, I think. I'm trying to think here, my love. Menu button dot set attribute. Menu is open. Menu is open. Question mark. Menu, if menu is open, question mark. Close. Navigation. Open. Navigation. navigation. Close navigation. Open navigation. If closed navigation, open navigation. If menu is open, question mark, closed navigation, open navigation. I think that's right. Doing something different. Trying to, at least. I don't remember. I think that's right. Open navigation. Closed navigation, open navigation. What's next? So open navigation, close navigation, toggle, event listener. Okay. We could just add an event listener now. Let's add. We just need to get where we can see the transition, fuck. We just need to get it where we can see our animation. So let's just go ahead and add menu button. Add event listener. Click. Toggle menu. So we'll do toggle menu. And then, so toggle menu. Navigation links. That's not gonna work, is it? Let's just say for each function. For each function, we'll do link. For each function, we'll do link. Fuck. Like that, right? Link dot add event listener. Click close menu. We haven't added that yet, so fuck. Fuck. Okay, it's been a while since I've done it like this. What if we do menu button? What if we? This is the way I normally do it. So, what if? Fuck. done this before. What if I did a new button? We might have to finish writing the other code for it to work. Okay. Do um let's finish writing it. Fuck. I'm stuck right now. My mind is not there. I think I'm getting tired. I don't want to go to bed. Keep hearing somebody. Kids. I think we're just gonna. I think we're just rewrite. Fuck, I'm tired. Ah, shut up. Shut up. Can't think, bro. I got up at 3 o'clock this morning. Work out some more tomorrow. I can't. I'm tired. We'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm tired. I got up at 3.